everyone. We are here for Friday morning sprints. It's very early for two of us and very late for one of us. So that's how that works out. So who knows what it'll be like here today. Let us know what you're reading. Let us know what you're doing. These are Mystic Readathon sprints. If you don't know what the Mystic Readathon is, I should, in theory, have put it in the description. If I didn't, I will update it in the next sprint. It is not too late to join us. We still have 10 days left of the readathon. Still fun. Lots of things. Might I suggest joining Team Vampires because we, that's Brooklyn and I, but witches are also here. So, both
I am a witch.
Why did I think you were vampire?
I don't know. Maybe
a witch.
I think it's because we were. Why did I
last readathon?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Right.
That's where my brain went. Now. I was like, no, I'm hosting with Brooklyn. That was definitely last month. It's fine.
Yes.
It's very early in the morning.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. At first, I was like, am I a vampire? I don't even know. I've lost my marbles too. It's so late.
Because we hosted ping pong and my brain just went, I'm hosting with Brooklyn, but I'm not.
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's fine. I thought the other day that I was hosting with Leandra, and then I was like, that's the wrong
readathon.
That's next month.
All the months are running together. It's great. It's fine. Anyway, the readathon's fun and it's fantastic. We're having a great time. But if you're not part of the readathon, you can also just read with us today. That's completely fine as well. I need to finish the midnight piece.
When I had mayonnaise in my hair.
That's my goal. Will I finish it on these sprints? Probably not. But my goal is to finish it at some point today. Because I also have to make editing, all the things that we also have to do on top of it. Brooklyn, what are you up to? And what time is it for you? Is it 10 or 11?
Yeah, it's only 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Yes. And I'm kind of doing my own little 24-hour readathon just for myself. So I'm kind of trying to see how long I can stay up for tonight. So we'll see how we go. This is perfect for that. Yep. So I'm going a little bit delirious because I've had a bit too much sugar in preparation for this. But I am reading Zodiac Academy, number 7, Heartless Sky, and it is like 750 pages and I'm halfway through. So my plan is to hopefully finish that by tomorrow sometime. I know I physically can't do it tonight, but I will try for tomorrow.
How big is that one? Because I know the Zodiac Academy start getting very chunky as you get through this series.
It's, the Kindle version, it says 750-ish, I think. But the one that I have, like physically, it's like 900 pages and the font is like tiny as. I don't know why it's so big. It scares me, but it's fine.
I mean, MVP, Brooklyn, MVP.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Neva, what are you up to?
Hello.
I'll tell everybody in the classroom they're not allowed to play. Oh, can I show them?
No, leave the switch in your rack. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to get Ari ready for. Well, we're getting ready for school. Because she has they got like a reward or something, so she has pajama / electronics day, so they're allowed to bring electronics. So we're trusting Ari to take the switch to school today.
Thoughts and prayers.
I'm not. I'm reading this one because it was that or my iPad.
Yeah, I would have picked the Switch over the iPad too.
Yeah,
you want your iPad throughout the day. Yeah, 100%.
And I was like, iPad carries my life.
Like you without your iPad is not gonna function.
But she was like, "Could I bring the Switch so I don't have to play the school computer?" And I was like, "Listen, dude, if you don't bring my Switch back in one piece, you're doing chores to pay it off." So that's our agreement. That's what we're doing.
That's fair.
Yeah. So today I am reading Powerless / Powerful. Okay. So because are you okay?
Are you doing the tandem read?
Yeah, because here's the thing. I don't want to read the same timeline twice. That just sounds terrible. So, I didn't know there was a tandem read until I started looking. I don't even remember how I found it. I found it by accident. I think I was looking for the Throne of Glass tandem read.
Yeah.
and this came up because I just typed in like fantasy tandem read because I couldn't remember what Throne of Glass was called because that's my life. And this one came up also, and I was like, oh, well, that'll work. So I'm going to be reading, I have the audio for both. And technically, Powerless is Rainy's Patreon pick for the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
I've been supposed to have read since July when the thing launched, so it's fine. So I'm gonna read this, and I'm gonna probably read this on my Kindle, and then read this one physically because it's smaller. But I do have the audiobooks from Everand, I think. So I may listen to the audiobooks if they're not terrible.
I remember the audiobooks being good.
Okay, great. That makes my life.
For Powerless, I didn't read Powerful, so I don't know about that one. But I read the first one.
Oh, yeah. I figured that if I was gonna do the whole like series or whatever, that I would just do the tandem read because again, I don't want to read the same storyline from different points of view twice. That just doesn't sound like a fun time to me. And then I do have Reckless because who am I to not buy a whole series before I've read the first book?
Look at you.
And so when we went birthday shopping with my sibling, at the beginning of August, we went to Target and they had Reckless, and they were like, "Have you read the other books in the series?" And I said, "Absolutely not," but I own them, so
that's a necessary question, really. Like that's one has nothing to do with the other.
It's fine. Yeah, because I did finish Trouble for My Troll yesterday.
Nice. This is the first one?
This is the second one. So the first one was that Cupcakes.
Yeah, which we liked.
Yeah, we gave 4 stars. And then Trouble for My Troll, which is actually still on my Kindle because I haven't switched out books. Is
here you go. Here is your order.
Okay, thank you so much. She wanted to make me a coffee. Apparently we're French.
I mean,
okay.
And coffee. Fair.
This was cute. Here's the only thing. I probably would have given it 4.5 stars, to be honest, except that the excessive use of the pet name Sugar completely ruined it for me. Because it's not like he called it to her that sometimes.
It was all the time.
He called her that every time he spoke to her, including while they were like,
yep.
And I was like, absolutely not. And here's the thing is, when I read the nickname Sugar, I read it with like the thickest American Southern accent in my life. So
because I think that's the only people who use that as a nickname.
I don't read it as like, hey, Sugar. I don't read it like that. I read it as like, hey, Sugar.
Yes.
Every time I read it, I was like, oh my God. But I thought this was cute. I will continue the series because I do think that they're very like well written.
Yeah.
I do need Honey Phillips to stop using the term channel for the inside of a woman. I do need that to stop.
That does need to stop. That is horrible.
I agree with you on that one. That's not no.
We'll see.
Like it's some kind of C or something. That's so bad.
He filled her channel.
No.
That's the only other thing that really bothered me because I was like, we couldn't come up with any other word.
I feel like they try to use different ones so that it's like different from other writers, but there's a point where you like, you know what, we just stick with the words that we're used to. Okay, like we don't.
I feel like she didn't use that word in the first one.
I don't remember that. And I think I would have remembered that.
So I feel like she also was like, oh, I'm going to write a whole like book series that's like monster smut. And like, I need to come, like every book needs to sound a little bit different.
Right.
Sound different for the characters, which like,
that's unnecessary.
But channel is getting added to the list of words we don't use for sexy books. Okay. Thank you.
Agreed. I'm with you on that one. Hello, Alana. Alana's reading Light Struck. Nice. and on page 93 and 8 chapters in. Hi, Laura. I have no idea what I'm doing today. This is a mood. This is a vibe. This is me most mornings where I wake up and I'm like, what am I supposed to be doing? Got to be random stuff done all day, I think. Reading Wise. Oh, Reading Wise. I was thinking that was the title. It's very early. And I was like, Wise? What is Wise? Reading Wise. I think I'll finish Piglet. This is Friday morning, y'all. It's a vibe because it's very early. I'm still drinking the coffee. You get what you get. Hello. Not gonna lie, it's too early for me to brain well. Clearly, same. Probably just journal and maybe do some doodling. If I read later, it's gonna be Sons of Entropy. Hi, Claire. Happy Friday. Currently reading Among the Heather, book 2 in the Highland series by Samantha Young. Loving it so far.
Sure.
Hi, Selena. Currently reading God of Malice. Starting Flame and Sparrow. Happy Friday to everybody. Hi, Rainy, popping in before work. Hi, Steph. My plan for these sprints is to finish Serpent in the Wings of Night. Only 2 hours left on the audio. Steph, I know this is a reread, but you are just flying through this. So I can just tell how much you're loving it. Obviously, because it's a reread. You're going to love it anyway. Need to finish The Night That Ends with Fire desperately today, but I still have 200 pages. You do need to finish that so that I can talk to you about it. Good morning, Stacy. Not reading yet, just waking up and having the coffee and breakfast. Good morning, Alicia. And Ro is here. Good morning, Abs. Here is an actual vampire, Katie. It's fine. All the readathons are running together. I have one more left to do, and then I have none for the rest of the year, and my brain can be like, woo. Hello, Katie. Having a date morning. That sounds like so much fun. Have a lovely time. Hi, Kelly. Doing a readathon today. Thanks to the husband for choosing this for me today. I have 7 hours to go. So hopeful this will help. Well, we will keep you company for the next 4 hours. Normally, I do 5 or more on Friday, but I do have something going on this afternoon. So we're going to only do 4 today. But I have a feeling that I will look and some of our friends are also sprinting sometime this afternoon. So I think we can probably send you off somewhere. I just don't know who's sprinting this afternoon, but I have a feeling somebody is. Hello, Kendra. Rainy is reading Zodiac Academy right now.
Yeah. I did chat with her a little bit about it. I was like, be prepared to be hurt and just obsessed. Like, you can't think about anything else in your life when you're reading this.
That's fair. Ooh, Zodiac Academy sprints next month. Nice. Chapter 14 of God of Malice. And thank you, Neva. I'm in love and scared by how messed up my brain is. Just reminded me of when she put peanut butter in the toaster. That was the time. That was the time. I will always remember we finished sprints after this. Like, I was on sprints with Neva. It was just the two of us. And like, I was like analyzing the inside of it on stream, and it was a good time. On page 351 of The Clockmaker's Daughter. Forgot I picked Powerless for you. I think Neva's going to like Powerless. I really do. I will be surprised if you don't like it.
I pray that I like it. Here's the thing. Okay. Here's the thing. I technically did read the first, I think, 2-ish chapters. Do I remember anything? No. I did read the first like 2 chapters when I first picked this book. And I was like, I am not in fantasy era. And I didn't want to make like a half-ass log for Patreon.
Yeah.
So I was like, I guess you're just going to be waiting. They've been getting early release. It's okay. And so I was like, I'll just leave this. And so I haven't spun the Patreon wheel again because I was like, I'll just leave this until I read it. Yeah. And then when you read it, it'll be fine. But I remember it being fine. Like, I remember like reading it and being like, oh, this is like good. It wasn't like, feel like Fourth Wing to me, which I know a lot of people love that book. I did not.
They're not the same. I mean, I rated them the same, but they are definitely very different.
Okay. Yeah. But I did like take all the time to like tab all the.
I honestly think you will like Powerless more than you liked Fourth Wing. Like, I really do.
I hope. I want the nostalgic, like, fantasy feeling that everybody seems to be getting from these books.
I think you'll like it. Funny story. Nice.
here.
I need to read this
Go to the
book.
bathroom and then come here.
Currently listening to Don't Eat the Pie, which is a horror and mystery thriller.
Thank you.
Literally no. Absolutely not.
Do you like
No.
that one, Neely, from Bucking Around? Surely that was used once. That's good for that.
That would only in that sense would I be okay with that. Only as like a pun. But like no.
Yeah, I think Brooklyn Joy. I think that was used as like it wasn't used during any of the scenes, because if it had been, I would remember that, and that would actually traumatize me.
No.
What?
Yeah.
They just can't play it. But I think it was used as like a hockey joke.
Mhm.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Yeah.
But like
pun is
to
fine.
use it during like a spicy
No.
scene, no thanks.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. 10 days, 5 books. Kendra, I have faith in you to do this.
Just be careful with your backpack.
You know, a book every 2 days. Maybe you can do it. I'm sending you all the vibes to get it done. Still need to start that book, but all my audios came in at once. It happened. Finished Percy Jackson 2. Reckless is better than Powerless, in my opinion. Literally read Reckless in a day this summer and gave it 5 stars. I
have high
I
hopes.
could be convinced to read Reckless, to be honest, because I liked Powerless enough that I was like, it depends on how the sequels kind of sound. So I will probably read the rest of this series just because I did like Powerless enough. You know what I mean? I think that is my 4th or 5th book of the day. Amazing, Allie. You're killing it. Sounds like your 24-hour readathon's going fabulously. But we are at the end of the comments. So let's dive into our first sprint, and I will see you all in an hour. That is not my normal chime. I was like, what was that? Locust, what choices have you made this morning? We'll just go with it because I know if I fix it, it'll like chime every time I click one, and that will be annoying. So we're just gonna go with it today. I got to 73% of the Midnight Feast, getting through it. We're starting to get to the point where everything's coming together. We're figuring out all the mysteries and things, which is exciting. Brooklyn, how'd you do?
Good. I read maybe like 1%, which doesn't sound like a lot.
Book.
Yeah. So it felt like a lot. And it's just really, we're like in that part of the book where everything's like gearing up to the big finale of everything. But yeah, I'm just on edge. Like I'm just scared. So I'm excited to see what happens. But the comic relief in it is really good. So it's just a good time. I love it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Viva?
I need to read this series past book 2. So I read 3%. I got through the first chapter and now I'm on the second chapter. I'm on page like 12 or something. But this book is like deceivingly thick. I'm not quite sure. Like, this is so, and like Reckless is smaller than this. Like I don't understand what we're doing, but that's fine. So far it's fine. I mean, I don't have any like complaints. Like it's easy to read. I'm clearly back. I'm so sorry for my neighbor's dog. Anyway, I'm clearly back in like a fantasy era because I remember, here's the thing. I did just finish Queen of Shadows.
Yes.
And I gave it 4.5 stars.
You liked it.
Here's the thing, because Brooklyn's staring at me, so I'm sure she's like, why did you not give this 5 stars? I'm gonna be honest. It took maybe because I didn't enjoy Air of Fire as much as some people do. Queen of Shadows took me to 50% to care about this book. Like I didn't start like really enjoying it until like 50%. And you'll get to see some B-roll in my what I read this week vlog on Sunday, and you will see like the moment that I got like intrigued because I filmed it. Not on purpose, but like I happened to catch it like on camera, my reaction.
I love when that happens, when you're just filming B-roll and something happens and you get your genuine reaction. It's so rare that happens, but when those moments align, it's like, yes.
Right. So I was like, I'm so glad that I caught it like on camera because I was able to like have my reaction and then immediately like update the vlog. It's going to be a pain in my ass for editing me because I'll have to split the clip in half so that I can like speed up the B-roll of me reading. No one wants to watch me read for an hour in real time. And then I'll have to like have it at normal speed when I have my reaction. So rest in peace to editing me, but that's fine. I didn't think about that until now. But I'm clearly back in my fantasy era because I remember picking this up and I couldn't even tell you what I read. Like nothing is familiar to me when I reread the beginning of this book. So I clearly picked it up originally at the wrong time.
And that happens with books sometimes. Sometimes they're just like, there's nothing really wrong with the book. It's just not the time.
Yeah. And I tend to put books down and then I'm like, well, I own it. So at some point I'm going to have to read this book.
Yeah. Like I'll come back to it at some point in the future.
Yeah.
We did. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Nope. You're good.
No. Okay. Are you sure? I didn't know you were going to. Gotta love this. That's just like, who's talking next? Hello, Alicia.
Voxer too. It's fine.
We do this on Voxer often. It's like, oh no, we've started to have to like be like, okay, I'm next in the chat.
Yeah, Brittany and I are the worst about it. We'll both start a Voxer voice message at the exact same time, and then we'll both stop at the exact same time. And usually it'll be like, we'll both be like, oh, and then Brittany will be like, oh, so sorry, Neva. And then I'll like say what I need to say, and then I'll be like, okay, Brittany, your turn.
We need like the talking stick that they used in like kindergarten, you know, when they used to like pass the thing. That's what we require. Hello, Alicia, taking the kids to school and reading a lesson in chemistry. Hello, Judith. Managed to read 70 pages of my book in that sprint, getting very tired. Yes. What hour are you on of the readathon? I feel like you must be getting like close to the 20-hour mark at this point, which is that.
Yeah.
Are a bunch of people doing 24-hour readathons this weekend or this week or something?
As far as I know, only Allie.
Okay, and then Brooklyn's just doing one like for herself, right?
Yeah. I'm just just annoying myself, basically.
I mean, the things we do for the books, y'all.
Yeah. I was like, I'm sick of not having a book finished. I need to read something because I've just been stuck on this book. Like I've been reading bits and pieces of multiple books. And I'm like, no, this is not happening. I need to finish this book by the weekend. It's got to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gabby, this is a new thing. That's why you didn't know about it. It only started 3 Fridays ago. So it's very new, but here I am every Friday at the crack of dawn. For most people, it's later for me because I'm in Atlantic Standard Time, so it's a little bit later in the day for me. But I'm early for most of you all, and I'm here every Friday. Usually we do 5 hours or more. Last week we did like 7. I don't even know what happened last week. We were just having. We were just having a good time, and I blinked, and I was like, what happened?
We got to like hour 4.5, and I was like, oh, this must be the last sprint, and it wasn't, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. I don't know.
Are you guys reading Daydream? Is that why?
No, we read Daydream off camera. We had a pajama party on like a Tuesday to read Daydream.
We did
because we wanted to like really enjoy it and take it in and not have to worry about like being live and all that stuff. Like we did record it so we could have some B-roll, but like otherwise, otherwise we didn't read it like on a live stream.
No. We didn't want anyone to rain on our parade. We just wanted to be able to like gush about this book, just the two of us. And it was great.
We did love it. Okay. It's so good. I was looking at my journal spread yesterday, and I was like, this book will live rent free in my brain forever.
I sent you the link to my vlog because my vlog's done. It's going up on Monday. And I don't think I've ever seen myself so joyous in a vlog before. Like I'm like giddy. Like I'm like, I am much too happy. Like this
Listen, I have to go. I'm gonna probably watch it in this next sprint because I have to start dinner. I have to put stuff in the crock pot.
It was a whole other level.
Like I'm gonna slave over dinner. I'm just throwing chicken in the crock pot. But I
gotta feed people. However,
I cannot wait to watch her vlog because I don't even think I'm coherent in mine. Like by the game, I think I'm just like.
Trust me, it is a level. It is a level of joy for me that I don't think most people have ever seen. Because even I was like, wow, I am really happy.
One of my favorite vlogs to watch when someone loves the book so much, they're like, I don't even know what to say. Like, I am just obsessed with this book. Like, I have no words, basically.
That was basically me. I was basically incoherent by the end. I didn't know what to even talk about, what to even say. I was trying not to give spoilers because, like, I want people to go read it. So I was like, what do I even say?
It was literally, I'm like giddy. Like, it's excessive.
When I feel sad, I just think about this book and it makes me happy.
There you go. The endorphins were real that day, everyone. Hello, Olivia. Read 43 pages of Serpents and about to start the 4th trial, and things are about to happen. I will be getting coffee in the next sprint. Page 377 of 482, almost within that 100 pages of finishing. You're getting through it. That's a chunky book. 482 pages. That's big. Finished journaling and got distracted by some fanfic because of course I did. I like it for that. I like that for you. Halfway through Bloodguard and want to finish it today. Really liking it. Hello, Jen. No worries. We still have a few sprints left. Still reading A Witch's Guide to Burning. 5.5 hours to go. You got this. But I have this week off work, and whatever time I have off, I do a readathon for myself. That's a great idea. I love that. Oh, Nicole's patrons have a 48-hour one this weekend too.
Ooh.
Middle of several
books.
That
is right. I forgot about that. I don't know how I forgot because I wrote it down, but that's fine.
Because I know exactly how we forgot. It's the thing of all of our booktube friends are constantly doing amazing things, and I love supporting all of them, but it is impossible for my brain to remember all of it.
I just want everyone I just want everyone to know that by the time that I finish this book, I will have read 3 books that are 500 pages or more in the last month.
I love that for you.
Because I finished Queen of Shadows. That was like, I don't know, 600 and something pages or 800 pages or something. I don't know. I don't know how many pages it was because I listened to the audiobook because I wasn't carrying that book around.
Fair.
This one is like 400 pages. This is 200. That's like 600 combined.
Mm-hmm.
And then that damn That Sick Love book, that thing was 500 pages for no gosh darn reason. Listen, I gave that book 5 stars. It couldn't be a 6. I'm sorry. The epilogue was stupid.
Fair.
But they only gave me 1. So that's why I didn't get docked more points. Because they only gave me 1 epilogue instead of 2. So at least there's that.
Yeah, 2 epilogues can seriously stop.
But it also didn't have to be 500 pages. Like we could have gotten the exact same result in like 300 pages.
Yep.
Revenge and all.
Mm-hmm. Gabby, I totally understand this. Just like the excitement of finishing a book when you haven't finished one in a while, like when you've been either in a slump or life's been super busy, whatever the reason is that you haven't finished a book, you're just like excited to have one finished. As someone who just got out of a reading slump, I completely understand that because lately the finishing books, like I have a whole shelf of finished books that I get to talk about in my wrap up, but the last few months that has not been the case. The last few months have been struggles. Just woke up, but yesterday I was able to read 39 pages of Middle of the Night. Hello, Rita. How are you? Streaming now, but I wanted to pop in and smooch the like. Thank you so much. Bethany's here. Hey, Bethany. How are you? What are you up to? I'm assuming you're working today since it's a Friday. But are you working from home? Just impressed with everything I have going on with my health. I have managed to finish 4 books this month. Sulana, speaking of that, are you home? Because I feel like I was in a sprint somewhere. I wasn't on screen. I was in the comments. But I think you mentioned discharge notices or something in a sprint. And I'm like, are you home?
I was going to say she did go to a rehab center.
I knew that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's home now. I think she is. Yeah,
I hope
very
true.
exciting.
I know it was
After,
a
like,
long process.
2 months or some crazy amount.
Yeah.
It was
because I'm pretty sure she got sick like right around the same time as I got that kidney infection. And that was
before that.
And that was at the beginning of last month. Like I only made it like a full week of not working at Taco Bell anymore before I got that kidney infection.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they were around the same time. I've been following it obviously through sprints and just hoping that you get home soon. Home doing rehab from home now. I'm so happy for you, Sulana, because I know that was a process. And I know that you still have healing to do at home, but you know, healing at home is always better than healing not at home. And healing is faster at home than elsewhere because you can be comfortable, you can be in your own space, all the things. Working in the office with the humidity is more comfortable. Very fair. Today we had like a super warm middle of the week, but now it's starting to like get colder, and I'm so happy that we're returning to the fall temperatures because it's late September.
It stormed here last night. Like it was a crazy, I don't know what the lightning was doing. It was crazy. It's probably because I live out in the middle of freaking bum country nowhere. But we got like a storm last night and now it's like super cool. Like it's like cool enough that I'm about to put a hoodie on.
I love a good storm that breaks the humidity. Like it's so great when that happens. Everyone's so happy for Sulana. I don't know what this is to. Do either of you? Does anyone remember what we were talking about when this came?
Or maybe
it was only like a minute ago.
Laura.
Oh no, because if you look at Lauren,
I got the feeling of yes, got you. I understand. I was like, what were we talking about? It's Friday morning, everyone. I'm not coherent. What we've learned doing early morning sprints is that I was actually more coherent near midnight than I ever am first thing in the morning. which is shocking, really.
Listen, to be honest, like I've been doing this with Brittany since she started doing primary school. And it's like I think at this point, because she's on Atlantic, I'm 2 hours behind.
Yeah.
So it starts at 7 o'clock in the morning for me, which means I have to be up by 6:45. And I'm just like stumbling onto camera.
The
I don't
real
think I've ever seen you so awake at this time, Neva. You're usually about to go to sleep.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm a daytime person now.
Yeah, I know. I'm not
And
happy
it's
about it because I hardly see you.
It's very strange, and I don't see half my friends. Like the half that I used to
Right.
see,
Yeah.
I don't see anymore. But the half that I never used to see, I see all the time.
I was gonna say I see you so much more now. It's great for me.
Yeah.
I've got to say,
Brittany and I
I
used
see
to be
Eva
like-
multiple times a week.
And Brittany and I used to be like passing ships in the night, right?
did.
Because she'd be going to bed as I was like going to work.
Yeah.
And then we would talk to each other at like 5 o'clock in the morning, my time, because she's getting up to like start her day. And I'm like trying to stay awake to start Ari's day so I can go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's very weird to be up when everyone else is. And I don't think that I enjoy it. But that's the season of life that we're in.
I think you're just still adjusting to it too. Adjustment phase.
I will say I am not a morning person. Not even a little bit at all. Like the alarm goes off at 5:30 in the morning, and I'm like, what is this? This is the time I should be sleeping, not a time I should be waking up. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, Caitlin, I love this entire comment for you. First of all, happy birthday. Secondly, I love that you have time off to read for your birthday. And thirdly, you are reading history.
What a birthday book to read. Honestly, I might reread it on my birthday.
I love everything that's happening in this comment. And with that comment, we are going to head into a sprint because we are at the bottom of the comments. Well, actually,
really?
Yeah, go ahead.
Really quick. I just need opinions. Okay.
Yeah.
So Drew Barrymore, hopefully everyone knows who that is, but Drew Barrymore has like a line with Walmart, like a appliance, like kitchen appliance line, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a crock pot. I don't know what all it is. A crock pot, an electric kettle, and a couple other things. So I saw the crock pot, and it's like matte black with flowers on it, and it is. I'll send it to y'all. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. So I texted this to Ryan, and I was like, I want this crock pot. And he told me that he can't give me. They are, right? And it's only like $50. Like, it's not an expensive crock pot. Yeah. Oh, and a mixer. I know that. And maybe an air fryer, I think. So
Yeah.
I told him, I was like, I want this crock pot. And he was like, okay, well, your birthday and Christmas is coming. But then he was like, I feel weird buying you a gift that you're going to cook my food in. And I was like, I'm an adult now. I'm 32 years old.
You want
About
that.
to be 33 in like a month and a half. Like, you can buy me kitchen appliances for my birthday. So he's weird. He's being weird about it. So I was like, listen, dude, just buy me the appliance, buy me the crock pot, and then also buy me a book.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think I understand it from both sides. If I ask for one and want one, then it's a perfectly great gift. If you just give me cleaning supplies unsolicited, you are in the doghouse.
That's
you understand what I mean? Like there's a fine line there. If I've asked for it and it's something I want, it's a great gift. But don't be giving it to me unsolicited.
Don't assume that I want kitchen appliances, but also I want that entire line. And they're all like between like $50 and $80, which I don't even feel like is that much.
That's good.
Because it's like a KitchenAid mixer, an air fryer, an electric kettle, and a crock pot. And each piece is between like $50 and $80. And I'm like, that's what I want. And then he's like, I thought we were doing a pink kitchen. And I was like, listen, pink and black go together. And unfortunately, Paris Hilton only came out with like spoons and like measuring cups and stuff like that. I own almost all of the Paris Hilton stuff. We're not going to talk about it. But I own almost all of it, okay? Down to the pizza cutter and the damn can opener. Okay? It's actually
cute
how bougie these things are. But I want the Drew Barrymore line. Okay, it's very pretty. It reminds me of like what Rachel Ray used to come out with. You know, very like rustic and floral. Exactly. And
I
listen, I'm
agree.
a good housewife. I be cooking dinner at least 3 days a week. I feel like that's good.
Mm.
I do want to answer this question before we go into a sprint, though, of how long we are sprinting for, because that's a great question. We are going to be sprinting for another 2.5 hours, if I can math correctly, which I think I did. So I would say 2 more sprints probably will be what happens. And yeah, this one and one more. So with that, we are going to jump into another sprint, though, and I will start the comments, and we will be back in an hour. hello. How did everybody's sprint go? I forgot to see how far I made it in my book. I got to 80%. Brooklyn, how'd you do?
Good. I got to, I think, 56%. So yeah, very good. Loving it.
Yay. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Neva.
Hello.
Hello.
I made it to page 29 because I had to start dinner and then I watched your video, which was great.
I saw your Voxer come in and I was like dealing with stuff, so I didn't message you back yet. But I was like, I'm assuming that you saw the Daydream vlog.
Yes. Yes, so I made it to page 29, so I'm like 6% in. I mean, this is like a chunky book though. So like 6% is like 2 chapters.
Yeah.
So I did that. I put dinner in the crock pot because who has time to cook, really? Not me.
Really?
So I put dinner in the crock pot so that can cook until whatever people are ready to eat it. And yeah, I mean the audiobook is fine for this. Like I don't like there's not like a problem with it.
No.
And yeah, there's just a lot of looting and training going on. So like I don't have anything to really
It takes a minute for that book to get to like the good parts.
Yeah, like at this moment I have nothing to really say. I have to read to chapter 11. That's the first like section before I read the first chapter of Powerful. So maybe I'll have something to say once we get there. Who knows? But right now there's shirtless princes walking around. That's about this. That's it. That's all that's happening.
Good morning, Christina. How are you? Leandra also joined us. Good morning. Hello, Dorothy. Back after a long time, I'm listening to The Last Flight by Julie Clark. So far, it's very good. Good morning, Taylor. This is a great reminder. What show did you start watching? Let me know. Hello, Sadia. Got some work things done and only scrolled for a bit. We love a good scroll. I love this for you, Caitlin. I love this for you. This makes Neva and my heart so happy. And like, right?
Honestly, same.
The surprise of Daydream, truly Hallie, because we all know we love Henry. Like we know. We know.
And I realized I'm not sure that I ever made a closing clip because I cried for the last like 10% of this book.
That's very fair.
Because I finished it on a Thursday and I was like, you know what, I'm just not gonna leave the house. Like chronic pain was chronic paining. So I was like, I won't leave the house, I'll just finish this book today.
Mm-hmm.
And I cried for like the last like 10 or 15%. And I need to look through the footage on my camera because I'm not actually sure that I ever came back and like talked about it, but it's fine because I can do it. And you're still gonna get like a very genuine reaction from me of just me like smiling like an idiot. But I wasn't willing to like put myself on camera boo-hooing. You know what I mean?
I do understand this. That's literally me though. It's just me smiling like an idiot for the entirety of the vlog. Like it's just me just like
it's just Brittany being like, Hannah Grace is an autobi author. Honestly, same. She could literally be like, hi, I just published a full set of 500 encyclopedias, and I would buy them and read them.
Oh, the covers would be so cute. Anyway.
I have my fancy edition sitting here in the need to unbox pile of Daydream. God. It's right there.
Amazing.
That's happening today.
Mine haven't gotten here yet, and when they do, they will have a short, maybe their own dedicated video, to be honest. I might just make a whole 10-minute video about how pretty the editions are.
I mean, fair. They're so pretty. I cannot wait to see because I haven't looked on the interwebs to see what this one looks like.
So I do personally know what it looks like, but that's only because I had to have Rainey. Basically, what I did was I had Rainey order me the whole set again.
Got you. Yep.
Because I don't think mine are coming until October because that's what I did was I ordered the whole set again.
Mm-hmm.
Because Ari, bless her soul, put micro tears in my Wildfire edition, and I might have almost, well, not sold her. That's just a joke, but I might have. I almost got shipped to his grandpa. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He didn't. So I was like, Rainy, can you just order me the whole set again? So I just paid her for the whole set. It was only like $80 for all 3 books. Like it really wasn't that much. So I have the whole set coming. So I don't think they're getting here until like next month, which is fine. Like that's not a big deal. But I told Ari, I said, listen, dude, luckily for you, I was able to replace these. I do still have the other icebreaker. I'm not gonna get rid of it. Like it's just there. But
I'd just keep both copies for sure.
I said I might annotate one because it did come with tabs, so I might annotate one and then leave the other one not annotated. But I told her, I said, luckily for you, I can replace this, but I can't replace it again. So if you touch Mommy's special editions, we are gonna box. Don't touch it.
The new icebreaker special editions, do those come out in November? Is that when those come out?
Yes. So there's one coming in November to I think it's America and Canada. I pre-ordered it.
Me too.
But I'm contemplating pre-ordering it from Barnes instead of pre-ordering it from Amazon.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because Amazon be fucking my books up, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
And if I get a special edition, hardcover special edition of Icebreaker and it's damaged, not only will it be sent back, but I will also cry on camera. I do not care. But they're supposed to be hitting Walmart and Target, but I'm scared of relying on that because I do have a town, but I'd have to be like at Walmart when they open.
Yeah, no, I'm not
gonna do that.
No.
So, but yeah, and then I need to actually get a hold of Crystal because there are special editions of Wildfire and Icebreaker coming only to Australia. And I need to get a hold of Crystal. She'll probably pre-order them.
I know. Luckily, we have so many Australian friends.
We do. Thank God. Actually,
I may need to
said, hey,
Brooklyn's like, wait a minute, I'm in Australia and I might want those. How did I not know this was happening?
Yeah. Well, when she worked for her other company, her new job, I'm not going to say what that company is because I don't know if she wants everybody to. I mean, she said it before, but that's not my place. When she worked for that company, that's how she was going to get them. But she then messaged me, was like, now that this company is gone, I can get them from somewhere else if you still want them. And I was like, do I want special editions that no one else in America is going to have? Duh.
I want all the special editions. These are like my favorite. Trust me, you have never seen me this happy.
And they are hardcover with special sprayed edges and end papers, but they are different than the one that we're getting. So we're getting one that's like it's like rainbow, I think, on the edges with like snow or whatever. Mm-hmm. These ones are like they're rose gold edges. Ooh. I'll send you
that nicely with the ones that we're getting though, because like the Icebreaker is like a silvery purpley edge.
Yeah. It's gonna be so pretty with like snowflakes. Yeah, it's gonna be so pretty.
I like that.
And then Crystal sent me like 2 or 3 reels of people like bedazzling their books, and I want to bedazzle my entire like original set of Icebreaker.
Crystal sent me that reel too, and I said to send it to you, and she was like, "I already have." And I was like,
"You already did." And I opened it, and I was like, "I swear to God, I want to do this." And then I said something to Ryan about it, and I was like, "So," because Crystal sent it, and then like 2 other people sent me similar reels or TikToks, and I told Ryan, I was like, I now want to diamond paint my books, and he like looked at me, and I was like, and the first series will be Maple Hills, which is with Icebreaker, and he was like, I knew you were going to say that. I was like, how pretty would they be?
Yeah, amazing. And Caitlin, yes, you will need tissues handy.
Yes, I didn't cry through the whole book, but definitely the last 15%, 20, like 10 to 20% of it, I definitely like teared up, and then I felt tears on my face, and then my brother walked in, and he was like, "Are you good, bro?" And I was like, "I'm fine. Please leave me."
I feel like there was a moment also in the middle where it wasn't sad, but like I got emotional just because I loved them so much. You know what I mean?
I definitely had my moments where I was like, my heart, where I was like emotional for sure. I'm sure my family hated me the entire 2 days that I read this book because I was very audible about, like, I was listening to the audiobook for most of it, but something would happen, I'd be like, "Oh," or something. My brother would be in there playing his game, and he'd be like, "Are you good?" Like, and I'd be like, "Please leave me alone."
It was a great time, friends. It was a great time. Kelly got to 397. Nice. Read a little bit more of the Final Empire, but had to start some productive stuff, started some dishes, cleaned the counters, started the laundry, and took out the trash. Can you send that motivation?
Right. Is it what is this? Is this Brandon Sanderson?
Yeah, it's the first in the Cosmere.
For Mistborn, right? Okay, so I've read that.
Yeah, because that's what we're doing for the patron. We're starting with the Final Empire. We're doing Cosmere, but in Brandy Sandy's suggested order that he posted at the beginning of the year. So like we're dipping all around.
Yeah. So I've read the Final Empire. I read it last year with Hillary, and I gave it 5 stars. Like, did I know what was really happening for the first half of the book? No. But also that was my fault because I was like, I'll just jump into this high fantasy with only audio.
Oh no.
So
I will be immersion reading Brandon Sanderson.
Yeah, I ended up going back and just fully immersion read. Like, I read, I think, the first like 10 chapters with just audio, and I was like, I have no idea what's happening. So I went back because all I had was like the freaking, I have the, what is that? The mass market paperback like box set. And I made myself use it because I couldn't, it was so far out on Libby that I was like, well, guess this is what we're doing. I don't think I've ever sat down and actually read an entire mass market paperback before Brandon Sanderson. But it cost me like $15 for that mass market paperback set on like Friday or whatever. And I was like, I can't even pass that up. So.
I found the audiobook, luckily, because the wait list for the Final Empire is long on Libby. I found a free audio on YouTube. I'll just be using that. Yeah. And I think it's the same narrators as the one on Libby. It's just somebody has, put it up.
Yeah, somebody's just taken the copyright strike on it and put it up.
Exactly. And it's from the same people that I'm listening to Lords of Chaos on YouTube, because again, that was an audiobook I couldn't get, and that is the same narrators as the Wheel of Time that I'm used to. So that's why I'm assuming it's the same narrators, because obviously they did it for that.
Yeah, someday I'll read Wheel of Time. Okay. I made it 1/4 through the first book, and then I was like, I'm not in the mood for this in March.
Same.
Because I was going to read it with everybody else, and then I was like, I'm not in the mood for this. Like, this is, I think I may pick it up during the winter. It feels like a cozy book to me, and I think that's why. Because, like, I'm just now back into my fantasy era because, like, to me, fantasy is like fall, winter, cozy with a cup of cocoa or a mug of coffee. Like, it's not like summertime vibes, you know what I mean?
I'm just like in my fantasy era. Like, that's all I want to read right now is fantasy and romance. Like, that's the only 2 things I'm reading. If it's anything else, I'm not reading it.
I will say I'm taking a break from dark romance. Well, I do have to finish God of Malice because technically that's the book for this month. But then I'm going to be taking a little break from dark romance until Smutella. Because that Sick Love really did me in, dude. Like, that book was darker than...
October?
Huh?
Is Smutella in October?
Yeah, it's 1 week in October. Yeah. There's an announcement on Vanessa's channel if you want to go watch it. But she asked me to participate this time, which is so nice of her. That Sick Love was way more traumatizing than The Sinner. And as we know, The Sinner had been like the darkest thing I'd read. I'm still processing that Sick Love. I'm just saying, please don't.
You're processing that, then I can't read it.
I thought the same thing, Brooklyn. I went, and that will be a book that is clearly too much for me.
I really need people to not pick this book up if you like if you have religious trauma that actually still bothers you. Because like I have religious trauma that I've worked through most of my religious trauma, and I'm still processing the religious trauma that's in this book.
Fair.
So I would never suggest this book to Brittany ever in 1,000 years. And if Brooklyn one day like forgot that I said that about this book and was like, "Oh, I'm gonna read that sick love," I would be like, "Did you read the trigger warnings? Are you okay like with Jesus? Because if you're not,
That wasn't what I was expecting you to say.
Religious trauma and you've not like dealt with that, I'm gonna need you to return that book right back to Kindle Unlimited. You want to flip through it so that the author gets the read time, cool. But I'm gonna need you to not read it." I don't want to talk about this book because I tried to pick up God of Malice right after, and I was like, I can't read this right now. I feel disturbed.
Yeah.
I love how we're both like back away, and Selena's like, I might need to look into that.
Seluna, here's the thing, okay? I didn't realize that God of Malice was Seluna's very first dark romance.
Yeah, she said that today. I was like, oh my gosh, you've gone in deep.
But here's the thing,
That's a place to start.
Here's the thing is that nobody can even be mad because Patreon voted for God of Malice.
Yeah, they put themselves into it.
This is not a thing that I picked. It was on the list, but y'all had like the information. You know,
they picked well. It's so good.
And here's the thing: that book's great, but he definitely in chapter 2, threatens to use something as lubricant that should not be used. I'm just saying.
The whole beginning is not okay. Like I was.
The whole book is not okay. Here's the thing.
No.
I think the only reason that this one isn't traumatizing me as much as that sick love did, I mean, it's traumatizing, but it's not like I'm not having to process it quite as much, is because like we got the warning that like there's not a happy ending to this book. Like there's not, I mean, there is kind of, but like there's not, like he's not going to change. Like sometimes in dark romance we get like the he changed for her trope, which you do kind of get in that sick love. Like you kind of get that. But this book, like she warned you at the beginning. Like this man is not going to become not a psychopath at the end for the girl. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like don't expect that.
Which is fine. But like where should I would start?
I would start where I started because you gave me a really good list of ones to start with when I did my trying dark romance list. And that was the Witsex series is a great place to start because that's really more of a thriller romance than a dark romance, but it's a good place to start.
And it dips your toes into serial killer. Well, not serial killer. It dips your toes into stalker.
Yeah.
Stalker, because there's definitely a stalker in that book and a murderer. And it also dips
That's not where the romance is.
It's not. But it also dips you into the romance trope of a reverse harem why choose style book. And then you can also decide if one woman having relations with multiple brothers bothers you, because that's a trope in this, but none of the actual brothers, like there's no incel.
They keep it separate.
Also you could start with like Lark. I'm pretty sure I put
Brooklyn's like technically
the twins. They're like very close quarters.
Though it's still
separate. Yes, they were still separate. Technically, there is group things that happen with the brothers, but there's no incest. When I say incest, I mean like the brothers are.
Yeah, that would be.
No, that would have been.
Who would think his brothers should know? Also, Sophie Lark is a good place to start.
Yes.
You could do like Hooked or Scarred in the Emily McIntyre series. Yeah. When I say Sophie Lark, I mean like start with like Brutal Prince, like start with that, and then kind of work your way through her series. That's where I would start. I would start there.
Top of the deep end.
She's nearly read one dark romance and we've corrupted her now.
It's just
Yeah.
like, just
That's
jump
what
in.
happens, though. That's how it goes. Is you read
It
one,
is.
and you're like, oh wow.
Here's the thing: is that you're not always. I follow enough dark romance Instagram accounts that I think I started where I should have started. If I had just been unleashed unto Kindle Unlimited,
Yeah.
sometimes you don't get enough information from like the little blurbs and
Yeah,
stuff to really know what you're getting yourself into.
No,
And
I think
so I would suggest just type in dark romance. Seriously, just type in dark romance into like Instagram or even YouTube. There are a lot of like really good YouTube videos. I guess I could make one if you guys like really want one.
I think an intro to dark romance would be a really good one for your channel, Neva, to be honest.
So I might do that, and then I can upload it next week sometime. People also, I guess, people want like a
We
how
we want that.
well, people also want a how I digitally track my books video. And I didn't think that was like really a thing that would do well on my channel, so I never did it. The Twisted Love series is good. I personally didn't like the first one, and I would not suggest the audio. I'm just saying, me personally, I didn't like the Twisted Love audio. When I read it with just my eyes, it was more tolerable, but it wasn't like my favorite thing. But I feel like the series gets better as you go.
Yeah,
definitely.
I haven't read it, so I don't know. But
I read the first
I trust
two,
your opinion.
and I liked the second one better than the first.
Fair.
Yeah. I don't think that one's that dark though, but that's a good place
I was just about to say, I didn't think they were that dark.
Yeah,
No.
it's good, but if what you're wanting is to be introduced to tropes that show up a lot in dark romance, that's a good series to start with, because there's like brothers,
an
best
element
friend,
of crime.
there's what, like bodyguard, like it's like, you know, trauma, like people are trauma bonding and have like Sophie Lark, the Brutal Prince, that Brutal Birthright series is all mafia, so like you're introduced to like the mafia romance without it being like really dark and people doing weird things that you might not want to delve into, you know. And also I've learned a lot about myself with dark romance. Like I've learned that if anyone was to ever spit on me, I'd punch them in the face. So that's not a thing that I
Neva, I just had an idea while we were talking about this, is that should be our next PJ party, is redoing the Witsex series on audio.
Yes. Oh my God, I'm down. Let me know
now
when
that the audios are being released.
Yes, I will find out. Let me just go.
The last one comes out December 17th. It could be like our Christmas to each other.
Yes. Okay, I'm down. Let's do it.
Plans.
I
just thought of it now because I know you said we need to do this again. And I was like, wait a minute. Witsex coming back out.
I'm going to be like, listen, I'm so sorry, but I'm going to be MIA for a little bit while we do Witsex. Oh my God, that's going to be so fun. I just love that series so much.
This will be another one where I'm just like joyous and giddy probably.
If people are going to hate us, they're going to be like, y'all can never do a PJ party again.
Do you remember how obsessed we were with that series? Now imagine it with audio, and please let it be multi-narrator. Please.
If it hadn't been for Brittany from Gigi and Bo, I would have never heard of the series. She posted about it, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, that cover is so cute, because like the covers are very discreet. They're very like flower, like they was like one of the first series that I saw where the whole series was like the floral theme. And I was like, oh, this is cute. So I messaged her and I was like, what is this book? Like, is it like, what kind of book is it? And she was like, oh, it's dark romance, like whatever. And I like picked it up. And this was like around the time that I had finished or had just caught up on like the Vicious Lost Boys series.
Yeah.
Which don't start there. That's not a starting point. But like, so I was like in my dark romance era, right? Like everybody was sick of me because I was like, yeah, dark romance. And Brittany was like, I love this for you. Everybody else was like, can you please shut up about this already? No. Everybody was very supportive. And I read the Witsex books. There are what, 4?
Yeah.
I read them in 6 days, and I
you
was
read 3 in 6 days because the fourth one wasn't out
3 in
yet.
6 days. Right, I read 3 in 6 days, and then the fourth one I had to wait. I think it was like 6 months or something for the next one to come out. I like binged them in like January, and the fourth one didn't come out until September. And I was like, that's fine. But I also was working full time and had to be a parent, and I was working nights at that point. Like I was at Taco Bell in Indiana, and it was like every spare moment I had, like I was reading it at work. I was like reading it instead of sleeping. Like I was doing all the things, and then I was like, okay, everyone has to read this. As far as I know, Rainey still has not finished this series.
Rainey hasn't finished, but it has told me Rainey will finish with the audiobooks now.
With the audiobooks. So I'm giving her a pass. And then we all had like our conversations, but the rest of the besties, so Brittany and Kelsey, they've read it. And I think Crystal read it. Brooklyn, did you read it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. And then we all had like a big group chat, and we're talking about who we love.
It made us all obsessed with it.
We did. It happened.
It was just a great time.
We have a ranking of brothers. It's an in-depth group chat, to be honest. And the audios are just going to make it come back up again. So like, here we are. But with this, we are going to go into our last sprint. This is going to be our last one. Brooklyn, are you going to stick around? Because I know it's getting late for you. So it's up to you.
I will. I'm
Sounds
forcing
good.
myself. Yes,
Sounds
I will
good.
be here.
Before we do the last sprint, though, it is the Witsex series by Ashley N. Rostech. Find me, save me, love me, free me.
I also put it in the comments. I don't know if I spelled her last name right, but
Yeah,
I think so.
But that's who it's by. I forgot the N.
And anyone we can get to read this series, we do.
You can read it and then you can tell us what you think, because
the audiobooks are being released one a month starting next month, and we're very excited about it.
I'm gonna go pre-order them right now.
I'm very excited, but we'll just do them all in like a 2-day pajama party extravaganza.
Absolutely. I'm gonna be like, Ryan, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna be MIA for 2 whole days. You're allowed to he's welcome to hang out, but I'm gonna be like reading with my ears.
Like, we are going to be ridiculous, but
and we're gonna be
joyous.
So I don't know if you want to listen to it, but
100%.
There it is.
Okay, this is going to be last sprint though, and I will see you all in an hour. Hello. I was frantically trying to finish the chapter
Mhm.
because it's so good. I'm having such a fabulous time. Lucy Foley, I love. How did you do, Brooklyn?
Good. I read a little bit and then I started to get really tired. So I think that's it for me now.
And it's
but,
what, like 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yes. Yeah. But I think I ended on like a really good part, which it felt like if there were parts of this book, it would be part 2. So
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty happy with that. I just need to make sure that I pick it up again tomorrow and not leave it for another week because I am known to do that. So yeah.
That is the struggle, isn't it?
Yes.
Neva, how'd you do? You are muted, dear.
Now I'm not. Okay. I made myself breakfast and also proceeded to cut the pad of my thumb.
Mhm.
So that's
you
great.
okay?
I mean, I'm fine. Like I think that it's just bleeding worse. Actually, it hurts, but like it's fine. Don't use a knife to try to get frozen sausage unstuck. That's all I'm gonna say. That's because that's what I did. And it like slipped and it hit my thumb. And like I felt it when it did it, and I was like, "Oh, that's gonna hurt in a minute." So I ran it under water, and then now it's just like, I have like 2 band-aids on it because it won't stop bleeding, but it's fine. I was anemic, so I'll just be more anemic. It's fine. But I finished the first 10 chapters of Powerless, and then started reading the first chapter Powerful. Am I supposed it? Okay, so are we like in Powerless? I think we're following Peyton and Kai, right? And then in this one, we're following her best friend, right? Adina. Okay, because I was like, I don't know. When I opened this book, I was like, I know this character. Like, this is the friend that she like leaves behind or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're to the point. Make sure this is not a spoiler. I don't think it is.
I can't see anything that you did in that early in the book being a spoiler.
So we're to the point where we know we knew she was an ordinary from the beginning, right? Because she like talks about it, and then she's like, I'm a psychic or whatever.
Yeah.
So we're to the point where she's been like, she saved the prince or whatever. So now she's been told that she has to go to the trial. So that's where I left off here. And then the first chapter of this is 5 years in the past.
Yeah.
When Adina and Peyton meet each other. Because Peyton tells us about their meeting in this and says, like, she ran into me. Well, really, she ran through me. And that's what this first chapter is. So I'm glad that I'm reading this in tandem, because I probably would have been like, I don't care about this at all if I had tried to read this like how everyone else did, where they read like this book and then this book. I wouldn't have cared about this book.
I will be interested to see your thoughts about that at the end, because I know that character story in Powerless, obviously.
Right.
And I think it would be better to read it all after. Just knowing what that storyline is.
Okay,
but
that's
I can't say anything because obviously I would spoil Powerless for you. So like, and everyone here on stream, so like I can't really say more than that.
Right. I will also say that they're like the chunks that they give you for the tandem read in Powerless are large chunks. Like the first chunk is chapters 1 through 10, and then they just kind of get bigger than that. Like there's one here that is chapters 21 to 33.
Yeah, that tracks.
Like they give you pretty big like chunks, which is why I'm hoping that whoever came up with the fact that maybe the author, I don't know, but whoever came up with the fact that you could tandem read this, I feel like they did it probably well, just because of the size of the chunks that I have in Powerless. and the chunks in Powerful, obviously it's a smaller book, but it's only like 2 or 3 chapters at the most at a time.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't think I would have cared about her story had I not read the entirety of Powerless.
See, and I mean, we'll see how I feel about it. But like, I mean, I was a little sad when she was like, I have to leave you or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, we don't get to know about Adina. But then we do because she gets a whole book, so.
Yeah. No, I'll be interested to hear your thoughts like at the end.
Okay.
Hello, Margaret. How are you? Still working on the client edit from yesterday. 100 pages left. Sadia is sprinting for those who are looking for more sprints. Hello, Zoe. Reading We Have Always Lived in the Castle today. Also, for those that are jumping in, thank you so much for jumping in. But that was our last sprint. We're ending a little bit early today because I have something going on this afternoon. Finished Piglet and it ended ambiguously. So I'm in a bad mood right now. You do not like an ambiguous ending. I am a person who does love an ambiguous ending. I don't know what that is about me.
I love an ambiguous ending. I think that's why we love, like, well, did you love Catherine House? I did.
No.
You didn't like Catherine House.
God, no.
No, well, okay, but Catherine House had an ambiguous ending.
It did. Yes.
You had no closure for Catherine House at
all.
But also, Catherine House was such a weird book. I don't know.
That's why I didn't like it.
I've thought about rereading it, but I'm like, I don't know that I would actually like it on reread. Like, I feel like it was one of those, like the right book at the right time for me.
That was not a book for me. It was no.
I'm trying to think of like an ambiguous ending book that you and I have both read. Would we call We Were Villains an ambiguous ending?
Yes, If We Were Villains has an ambiguous ending.
We loved that book. Brittany and I did. I don't remember if Brooklyn, did you like it?
Brooklyn, you're muted.
You're muted, dude. It's fine.
I forgot. We've both done it now. It's the last sprint. It's 2 a.m. for me. I'm not good.
100%.
Yes, I did like If We Were Villains, but I don't like an ambiguous ending. I just need to know every little detail. Like, I can't sleep at night unless
I still think about the ending of What?
I just like to leave it open to my own interpretations. Yeah. Like, I love that.
Truthfully, I still think about the ending of If We Were Villains at least once a week.
Yeah.
Because I'm still trying to decide which one it is.
I truthfully don't necessarily think it's that ambiguous. I think if you really pay attention to the ending, you can plot out what happens.
Maybe, but I don't want to. I want it to just be ambiguous for me.
Yeah, that's fair. New book card came in. I love that for you because a book card is fabulous.
I need a book card.
There's nothing better than a book card, honestly. Thank you everyone also for hanging out with us. Thank you to Brooklyn who stayed up till 2 a.m. and Neva for getting up at 7 a.m. Like MVPs, both of them for hanging out here with us on a Friday. Because this Friday time schedule, I love doing it, but it is early or late, depending on which one of us you are. An hour and a half left of Serpents, and we'll definitely be starting Ashes of the Star-Cursed King this afternoon. Are you not going to be rereading Scorched, or have you read Scorched? Let me know. I love Scorched. Hi, Jean. 76% into Pucking Wild. Reading at lunch. Loving it. Thanks for the rec, Neva.
I will always recommend this entire series. I do not care until the day I die. I will literally buy people the audiobook if they need it. So they can read it.
I may read it someday. Just because I'm a friend and you want
I will buy you the audiobook. Actually, I think it might be on
it's on Libby. I've got the audio access to. So I just need to actually like do it. It's just so long, Neva.
I think if you do the audio, I mean, the book goes quick anyway if you don't think about it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It did not go quick for me, and I listened to it.
Brooklyn's like, I would agree to disagree.
Actually, I got halfway through and I was like, why is this book not over? Physically reading it. And I was like, because I read it on my Kindle and I didn't look at how many pages it was. And then I was like, why isn't this over? When is it over? And then I looked at the page count. I was like, no, I have to listen
I
to
will
this.
say this. I didn't listen to the audio because the audio didn't exist
Yeah.
Oh, that's fair.
part of this series. And I also did it during a 24-hour readathon thing, like for a video. And I personally didn't think that it took that long, but I also think that you need to like the characters in order for it to go quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I think that's with any book. Like, if you don't like the characters, no matter the length at all, but like a long book, you need to like somebody, or it's hard to be invested.
Yeah, like I cared about. I mean, Rachel was kind of hit or miss for me, I guess, but like I cared about two of the men. Like I needed to know their story the whole time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Laura, I don't know if I knew that you loved If We Were Villains, but I love that we both love this book together. Like, I love that for us as a friendship, because that book is just top tier. The new special edition with the sprayed edges. I need that in my life. Here is the sprint spreadsheet for anyone who's looking for more sprints. We appreciate everyone who runs the sprint spreadsheet. It is amazing. Yes, reread Scorched, because I just adore Scorched so much. It's so good. It's just so excellent. So fast, too. It's such a quick one. But with that, we are at the end of sprints for today. Hold on. Sorry. Someone's calling.
Is that me?
Nope. That's my computer getting a call. No idea who. Anyway, that's going to be the end of sprints for today. And I will see you all next Thursday at noon Eastern Standard Time for more sprints. And bye, everybody.